Alright. I'll have to fix that bot setting, but I can do that later. Okay. So yes, Disco Elysium. Click back over here. Turns out I guess they have a controller mode, which I was... Okay, cool. That's how we do that. Hey, Kitty Racer. How do we interact with... Ah, that's how. Oh, nice, Isaac. That is a lot of sleep. Okay, we just can't mess with that at all. Okay, so that is character sheet. Dang, even with all that? Okay, that's our zoom. Ah, yeah. Okay, so highlight, interact, zoom menu, movement target, left-hand item. Ah, okay. Right triggers go over here. Okay. How do I... Ah, here we go. Okay, we'll take the flashlight off.
The door is closed. This door, as you hold the metal, you sense the warmth left there by her hand.
Oh wait, that's her apartment. Is this one where Kim's at? They aren't sitting by me, but I think Coco's upstairs by my wife. Pumpkin's sleeping up in like the bedroom upstairs last I saw. Okay, we can't do anything with that door. Wait, where the heck's Kim? There we go. Oh, hey, that thing's open now. Hey, Kim. Can I talk to you?
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him was...
Oh, snap. Appreciate it quick. 9 months. Goddamn. Yeah, it still hasn't posted the bot thing. I think I still need to sort out some settings with that bot because it didn't do my parameters right and it didn't do...
I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
So many tacos.
The Union Muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union, men who drink beer for breakfast. I have no doubt these
beer
are
for
hard
breakfast.
boys Mark told us about. The ones who keep the peace around here. And the big one must be Hardy himself. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place.
Okay.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
I don't think we've... Who's Gary? I don't think we've met a Gary.
The manager was vague about it. To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my
her husband's Gary.
We're
Okay.
supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
Oh, jeez. Do we got another missing person on here?
Passes through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it. Somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
You have more important things to worry about. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
Interesting.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The sarcasm.
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless.
Okay, there
But
went with their
frankly, many
notification.
scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely
That's like 8 minutes
interested
in, but
supporting
that's
real
faster than the other one was.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Sure, we'll try it.
Sometimes the most charming thing you can do is be reasonable.
I suppose you could use a break.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into
Morning
some
stream
kind of cryptid
indeed.
extravaganza. We have things to do.
Hi, Leap.
And I don't.
Or he'll be disappointed in you.
Let's see, so we got biggest cryptid, tiniest cryptid, dangerous cryptid. Is this panda cryptid? Are there invisible cryptids?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic
Well, it's the
family,
weekend. You can sleep in if you want.
genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Nice.
No, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough.
It does get to that point, yeah.
Of course, dear.
Alright. What we got here? Hey, free money. Alright, do we mess with the union people right now? Do you have anything new to say, dude? What do you got? Oh, nope, he doesn't got nothing. Okay. Incipient? What's that? Alright, morning time. Oh, we got a level up. Oh, level in Geometry Dash? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna do that one some more. Hey, we have another skill point? Okay, so we need... Here's Lillian. Down the coast. Need to find 20 real to pay for... Okay, we have 20 real already, so we're good there. I guess we can pay him now, actually. Here, let me do that real quick. Should have done that before I left. Watching conference.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Which conference?
Take it easy on him. Deep down, he really hates being the guy who has to remind you.
Okay, that's paid off. We still got 14 bucks. Ah! I see. Oh, that's guy's new. Who are you? Oh, new person. What do we got?
Yes? Hello? Me?
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
This was a tremendously useful interlude.
I definitely like the movement on controller a lot more. Because like with the other one, like with mouse movement, you had to like click and like hold to be able to run. Like you could click somewhere and you just kind of amble that direction, but you had to click and hold to run, which was kind of a pain. But this one, you know, it just tilt the controller and we move, which I like a lot more. Let's see. Oh, is Joyce over here still? She is. Hey, Joyce. Got anything new?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Hmm. Please.
Of course.
The RCM does not pick sides in this.
That seemed like the most reasonable option.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not
Like getting over it, but not as annoying.
curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Hmm.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my.
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
Hmm.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you
Okay.
had to do.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal. And it was not for nothing.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
That is a good point. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Detective, there are lighter topics to gossip about. Of course. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Oh,
It's the man who was killed.
okay. Let's ask about the tattoos.
I'm
Let's
afraid
see.
this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Hmm. Okay. Anybody else we know that's out and about right now? I guess we can check in here. Yeah, the Gallop on the balcony will know more about the tattoos.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
Hmm.
Some lunatic lost his mind.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
The hell am I supposed to know?
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others. Oh.
That was certainly a mumbling noise. I mean, I've never played Among Us, so I don't really have an opinion on it. Oh, is there something in here? Can't think of any games I like actively. Well. Oh, what's this? Okay. I don't really care much for CS:GO. Or the Call of Duty franchise. Either one of those. Oh. Alright, we can't seem to open this door. Anybody out on the balcony here? Now I know that, like, the bridge across the canal, I think, was supposed to get fixed on Wednesday. It's only Tuesday. Okay, nobody on the balcony. Guess we'll just head out of here. Yeah. Yeah, I just never really had, like, any people to, like, bother playing it with, so I just never got around to it. Seemed like a game you'd more want to play if you had, like, a group of people to play it with, but... These little shitty kids are still there. Well, I guess let's go check out the bridge thing and see if there's any change at all. Oh, I know you can. Like, I know you can just play multiplayer with people, but it seems like the kind of game you'd rather, like, play with, like, a group of friends instead of randoms. Alright, let's try
A
the
rusted
box.
control panel with loose wires dangling out from it. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. You pull the lever all the way up. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
What the heck?
Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality?
Okay. We just can't do anything about that then, I guess. Alright. Wait, do we go over here?
Shine on these sunglasses.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Okay, he's still got his usual stuff. Wait, it's snowing. Okay. This is all still backed up. Well, I guess let's go... pester the Union people. That seems like the big main difference this time so far. Can we talk to you? Who are you?
Let me handle this.
Oh, it's Elizabeth.
You seem a little different today.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
Yeah, I think it's probably because Twitter... I think Twitter has like a ban or something on saying like please die or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Not a muscle moves in her face.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
All right. Well, I guess it's just this guy. Let me look around the walls here. Photos of men. Well, I guess it's just this guy. All right.
This is where you say your bit.
Oh boy.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
Oh, really? Jeez.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there.
It's definitely a handy thing to be able to do.
Not other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Evrard? And what did he tell you? That we killed him? That we took a cargo belt from the harbor, went out back, and used it to hang him? Because we did. All of us together. I hope he told the story straight. I hope he told it well.
All right, then. Just, you know.
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had
Jeez.
Cohoy and Seminine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm Oranese goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
What? All right.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one,
Oh, jeez.
harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all if we don't open the gates. we don't let the scabs in. If we don't bend over.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you.
That seems suspicious.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
Titus, do not answer.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment. If someone has been sexually assaulted,
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself.
Suspicious.
He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil.
It won't be for long. It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys.
All right.
Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide, not for the officer making an arrest, which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
The Shays. That's certainly something to call the electric chair.
To rot for 20 years. For life.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Okay, just I'm curious.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
That is fair. There are like 7 of them. Well, should we go for it? Well, no, I guess I don't want to get Kim killed too.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave my...
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder.
Good luck with that. You've
Womp
heard
womp.
everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with
Hey, there you go.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah. You're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard, on the crime scene. See if they fit this bunch.
Okay, we definitely do not have good authority rolls on that. I'm not going to bother chancing that. Alright, well, I guess let's go check those.
Yes?
No, not him. The door. There we go. I guess the only finicky thing I gotta get used to with the controller is that, like, selecting things to interact with is different. Okay.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the Hardy boys in the mess hall of Welling and Rags. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just
Nice.
like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick, Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his head. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes.
Hydrate.
Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked...
Add your homies!
4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more warm.
Oh, interesting.
Curious. A missing 8th Hardy boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? That's all? Interesting.
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy boy. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
Okay. Yeah,
He
okay.
regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. Wait,
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Jeez.
perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat. You're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes. A week, maybe? 7 days would...
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal ravaging. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy boys.
There's one pair missing from the Union box. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open.
Alright, we have a lead of sort it all. Well, that's kind of creepy. Okay, we can't seem to get back there. Not gonna bother with the little shitty kids. Well, there are a lot of drivers around here, so maybe we can just talk to this guy.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company. I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better.
Electrochemistry, you are a troublemaker. Okay, well, I guess let's talk to the kind of racist guy here.
Looking for something?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots. He definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Oh man, that's great. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
Jesus Christ.
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
I'm not just racist. Look, I've read books.
That excuse.
The science of racial theory has all been proved, even if some people don't want to accept it.
I'm not a racist. I read books about it.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously.
Good old grape soda.
Merits in that.
Yes, I can tell you're a prime example of superior design.
Open your eyes. Haven't you noticed something different lately? An unfortunate downturn, maybe? Huh? Well, When members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority, they stop competing for resources. This concerns you, policemen, so you better be vigilant. The damn kits are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species too. They're on the precipice of cultural victory. Oh? Don't push your luck, runt.
Hey, fuck that guy.
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were reckless.
Wrong. You did the right thing with Measurehead.
Let's talk about our right to work. We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Don't mean the scrawny mess punk. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead?
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least for now. If you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, it beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt.
Oh, we're just admiring this guy? Alright.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you? Big mess caused by union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful.
Okay.
Not toys.
This guy's a little suspicious.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
That is also a good question, Kim.
Follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Okay, is there anything else over here? There's the one lady over there.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays. Nothing. No. This one is a monster in disguise. No response. Wherever this...
Wait, she's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Alright. Alright, Kim, whatever you say. Well, I guess let's go talk to Mañana.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you now? Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some neighborhood vigilante? The man whispers a jaunty tune, a coastal breed.
Yeah, I guess we probably should go talk to Everard about them. Actually, can we talk to...
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading. The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Oh, snap.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront international capital. Something your race, naivistic communists,
has died.
did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you, the fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases, above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? The offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my race. But what is done is done. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Measurehead stoically looks to the distance, in silence.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality.
This guy. Jeez Louise. Alright, well, I guess let's go talk to Everard and see if we can get any info about the little group of his here. Is there anybody else out here? I know there's that one other guy. Oh, I think he's the only one though. Just the one, like, old dude. Oh, wait, what's this?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is
Recliner couches are always very nice.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Oh, what's this?
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, this crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. Who can say?
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action.
The crane does not return to its original position.
Alright, so we've got a interesting box. What do we got here?
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Oh god, no. I will never ever do a sleeping stream.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container.
Oh, shut up, Kim.
We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply.
Alright. Can't do anything with that for now. Yay, free money. Got anything new, weird old dude?
No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying goes, wisdom withers if not shared. And old Leo is always up for sharing. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Evrard...
Definitely a 10. Especially at this point. Like, with how long this has been going on.
Don't go all bad cop on
You're trying to go, like, to a store or whatever, and... Like, if they're just, like, walking around, like, the neighborhood, like, that's... I don't really care about that. But if, like, you're, like, in a store with people and you try to, like, not wear a mask or whatever, that's weird. Like, what are you doing?
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth.
Ooh.
Words, and look. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point.
Yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am.
Yes, we could tell.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool.
Hmm.
Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody, and gets along with everyone.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so.
Oof.
And she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
I think I'm good.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Everything is so pretty and rich.
Phil.
You and Leo look like brothers as you glance around with similar childlike wonder. The old man whistles and hums a joy.
Okay. Well, nice chat with Leo. What? Named Hyper? What the heck?
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing.
I have a feeling that he probably, whoever that guy is, I'm guessing he probably changed his own name. I doubt his parents named him that.
Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything.
Needless to say, this is another move.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
Well, maybe. Who knows?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant.
He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange.
By all means, Harry. What's... Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everett, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
I think the odds of that are very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder.
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. Family? Harry, you're not a family man.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
No, not really.
Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like my kind of video.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details.
Well, at least it said we got him to cooperate with us. So I guess let's go back to Titus's and see if we can get him to shape up. Ugh. What if I put on...
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Persuade the door to open.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective.
It was worth a shot. I wonder what would have happened if that check actually passed. I wonder how we get on something like there's stuff on the roof there, but I'm not sure how we get up there. Okay, so let's see. Things we need to do. Okay, so in terms of stuff. Okay, so we got prove our authority to Titus Hardy, which we should be able to do now since we talked to Everett. We need to talk to the guy who was smoking on the balcony. Okay. Well, I guess off to Titus. Oh, there. Oop, oop. Yeah. Had a little trouble going down these stairs. There we go. Okay. Okay, Titus.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it?
Well, kind of.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. The fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys, Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
Explosive laughter follows. To his men, Titus Hardy is a golden god. They want to laugh at his jokes even before they leave his lips. This guy is a born leader.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy?
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects him.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
Okay.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head.
Good. We are all watching each other.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later. Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
No, asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment! We get it! You're all the law!
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
Again.
Good one, Titus.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interest in things to say.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
About fucking time.
Okay. I was hoping we'd pass that authority check, see what happened there, but, you know, not authoritative enough. See, how long has it been? Oh, I need to switch out the laundry here real quick. 1 second. Be right back. Okay. There we go. Okay, so... Well, I guess I can go Pastor Joyce. Wait, who are you? Nobody. Okay.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now? Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out.
Okay. Let's see.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all. Shoot, piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? You're back. Good. What can I help you with? What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration. Offshore platform.
She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Walpines employ 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration, and centuries of care, deliberation, and madness
Didn't mean to click that.
have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district. All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here. The Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees, a company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Okay. Try talking to her again.
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. What with? My husband? No, he's not. You're welcome.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. An array of neurons fire up with joy. Bum her a cigarette, lest it turn to pain.
What a random question. If your cockatoo is missing?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge in.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Find my heraldic bird. What the heck?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. Alright, maybe not healthier. There's a light buzz. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth as you stare at the intercom.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax.
It's you.
Wait, is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Your hands are getting cold, and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery puffs in the air.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been as if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget about you.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this. Anger boils up in your chest. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone. This is where you hung up the call the last time. A phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. No one replies, but the static grows stronger, like rainfall.
For 300 years I have been here, volatile and luminous, made of sodium and rain. If you want me, you can find me on the beach.
So, it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Fair. That's fair, Kim. Not quite sure. Oh wait, that gal's up. Hold on. How do we get up there? Can we like go through her door now? She wasn't up there before.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is going. You should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. Your breathing normalizes. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. He doesn't like where this is going. You should punch a fucking hole. The murmur in your ears.
Okay. What the heck? How do I get up there? Well, because like right now we're still kind of oh, I guess we haven't talked to this cook guy. I didn't really get much out of him before, but maybe.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. Acknowledge. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
What is behind that door? Well, I guess I can sell the couple bottles I've got. Oh yeah, what do we got in the car here?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch. And
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Wait, before you say anything stupid, think it through. Be smart about this.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over. 10-4.
Hold up, Jules. He doesn't fucking know where he lives?
Seems like it, sir.
No, fuck him. Don't tell him anything.
Sorry, sir. Anything more I can do for you? Over. Understood, sir. Over.
Okay, can't really get anything more out of that.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Alright. How about the weird pawn shop?
You see rows of toy soldiers. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Yes. Buy something nice. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy. This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive.
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. Maybe.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers.
This is what the loyalists look like, yes, at first.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colors indiscriminately.
Big men on big horses.
Franco-Nigerian knights.
A long, long time ago.
Hello again. How can I help you? I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Okay. I was also trying to see if there was like a... if I could buy a boule here, but I guess not. I wonder where I get that. Oh yeah, new skill point. Okay. Well, let's go sell. Ugh. These, I guess. Oh yeah, are there any new ones we can... We sell Hobocop.
The tear machine stands in the court. Your bottles clunk into the machine. Do you know what you should do with that money?
Okay, only 10 cents each. Alright.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and...
Okay, we don't need a raincoat.
A colorful display of cigarettes there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The...
I'm a bit at a loss of what to look into at this point, because like, we have some things to check out, but like one of them's not until night.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno-S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
Fuck you whispering about? If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other.
Idiot. You bungled it up. That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say.
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno!
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to take the street out of Kuno. What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno.
Kuno gonna fuck you!
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
Kuno
Dang. Alright, messed that up. Can I, like, pry this off?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
There's like the stuff back here that I can't like get to either.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come, looks like it's time for me to go.
She means it. The fair is...
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Alright. Well, I guess I haven't talked to you today.
Hello again, sir. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful. My name is Annette, sir. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. School?
The gale wind blows in from the coast, a wind of needles. It wraps itself around a building of brick and mortar. Somewhere, a clamour rings through the honeycomb of classroom. Remorse, the parquet of assembly halls. You haven't heard a word of what she's been saying these past few moments.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says it's peachy.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt.
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... I wouldn't really say it like that, but I guess so.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes! Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead.
We'll get a little more info about her.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead? That's the bad vibe you got before.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine.
She's getting upset. Her voice has risen.
They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now.
The woman...
Okay. Maybe not.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Oh yes, helps to have an anchor in these times. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies. Cursed? Who said that? Annette?
Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Alright, what's the cockatoo book?
Shelves filled to the brim. Shelves full of biographies. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance. Several maps. The maps look old and faded.
What's the maps? Oh wait, this one.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. Turns out that there are so many...
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. Oh, a nature enthusiast.
Alright, let's check out this book, see what we learn about birds.
An intricate web of blue lines. It still kind of looks like a map for you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know.
Okay.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminole Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up.
100k subs? Dang. That's a lot of people.
Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. Ooh. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species.
Why do I feel like we're going to be identifying with the funeral cockatoo?
Often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. Common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
What if I am just a fuck up a two, a fuck up and a cockatoo?
You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. It probably doesn't even have feathers and only screams.
We're a fuck up a two. Oh my god. That's pretty great.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front. But the documents inside them...
It's not going to be that easy. We need to dirty our hands with the signatures.
Oh yeah, that's right. Gotta get him signed first.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
What?
Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. No, it's not. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later. There's no need for champagne.
Alright. Well, I guess let's see what happens.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? No, you're not. Don't think that way.
She doesn't want you to be the fuck-upper too.
Well, thanks.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need to know where he was. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me?
There's something else hiding in her voice, though. A trick.
Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what? You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. He's also an alcoholic. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park or in Shamrock somewhere, drinking with his friends. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
There. She's worried now. She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and relief from her face.
All right, go ahead. Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining.
It's his cool jacket.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps.
Can I get a cool jacket?
Right? I wouldn't like him to catch cold.
She's thinking about him out in the cold, in some park.
Yesterday morning, he went to the library because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again.
She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him?
She genuinely wants you to know. Don't.
Thank you. Please do.
She tries to maintain a brave front.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said it.
Well, we got another case, I guess.
Yes?
No response. He just arches his...
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy. Focus on other...
Your heart beats twice like a fist. The serotonin deficiency makes your teeth clench. The lieutenant glances at his electronic wristwatch. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Okay. Those are all in the fishing. Yeah, we really need to be able to like get across this little canal. We can't do that until tomorrow.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you? I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn, they aren't. Obviously, I'm a lawyer, a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Okay.
I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspect. We've talked to Everard Clare. We know who these men are.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's. What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway. You junior delinquent.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization. If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people.
Alright.
Hello, dear. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically.
Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you.
There's a hint of defensiveness to her retort.
It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
What?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. Out.
Okay.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging.
He's exhausted from years of dealing with the asshole.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Cut phone line, huh?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
Oh dear, what are we getting ourselves into?
What in the name?
Dad, I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Hydrate.
Police job?
The pressure in the room grows to a boiling point.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth.
What? Not quite sure how that's going to show authority, but...
What are you doing?
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
Wait, I can just die?
What in the name of motherfucker?
I guess we're just going crazy.
The fuck is he saying? Some insane shit.
Nothing. Give me the gun. Thank you. Nothing to worry about here, people.
He is infinitely grateful to have that gun back on his belt.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies?
I knew he wasn't gonna do it, though.
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later, he has that look.
Do not think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men.
Again, it was a dark joke. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker?
Yes. Get the serotonin running. Keeps those bad thoughts away.
One of these times we gotta get a good roll on that authority thing, because I feel like we need that. I'm not sure how else to...
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be? The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it. Yes. Well, I was able to recontextualize it as a dark joke. I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation tactics. We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions can. No need to apologize.
Okay. Well, that didn't work out. Let's see.
You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like. Just as you're about to pull apart...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. No! Please just talk to me, officer.
Lies. There is something mysterious about the curtain. You see a tattered set of curtains, and
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books.
oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more you see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you.
What's in here?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms. What if you just break it down? Only an echo. No one is there. That's right. Take in your surroundings. You need to have a solid ground and a proper posture if you want to succeed. Steady breathing. Solid core. The room is dimly lit and littered with old barbershop rubbish. But the path to the door is clear. It's made of a solid block of wood, but it has stood there for ages. The hinges are old and coated with a carmine layer of rust. It should be doable.
Hey, we're doing it.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Fuck the system. All right. What's all this then? Oh, hey Kim, what do you want to talk to me about?
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations.
Let's see what we got. Broken punching bag. Oh hey, a bull.
A barbell lies on the floor. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. There are no collars on the barbell. Why does it feel so familiar?
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't.
Alright, we got up these stairs. Ooh.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Right.
Actually need the flashlight for once. Alright, let's see. Oh, what? What do we got in here? Hey, nice, $3. Dang, there's a lot of stuff back here. Well, it'll be worth it if we get $20 out of this place. Okay. Music in here sure is weird.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. Radio frequencies, it seems. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. Looks like a surveillance program. Someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station. All of this is gone, left unrealized.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble.
Huh. Wait, this was a door out. Where does this pop out? Whoa, where are we? Big bear fridge? What is this
You
thing?
see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
What the heck?
This ice bear is a hyper carnivore. Be careful. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes.
Rand.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Sure. An old Belmagrave rifle.
This should cheer you up.
It's yours, officer. You found this place. Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period.
Oh, we have a gun.
Look at all those rifles.
Probably a bit too big to carry around, I guess, but...
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez.
He likes this find.
Interesting. Nice.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
Well, now at least we're not costing them power anymore. Insane mesh tank top? Oh wait, those are stairs. The heck? Where does all this go? Okay, so that takes us back out that back door we couldn't use before.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony. It's dark and grimy here.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Okay. Hey, I got 20 bucks. Sweet. Worth. Covered for another day. And then not so much.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. It's empty. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth drawer, the filament slides into place. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. Oh no. It was already glowing and now the static gets louder.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now please tell me the reason for your call, Fortress Accident. The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? Good.
You should ask her for a hint.
No. Received. I will register this login attempt.
That sounds bad. Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. Any other questions? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Well, maybe it's written on the... Let's examine that thing. Alright, what is this ridiculous shirt? Oh, dear Lord.
The note is written with a blue pencil.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the offsite copy is still here. You'll find the filament memory with the offsite copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Really? You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on the filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter. I don't know.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
That's true, we did. Alright, before I go down there again, let's check what's going on up here.
An iron safety curtain. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happened. Still nothing. Those curtains proved to be surprisingly sturdy.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there.
So clearly we can get that open. Oops.
As before, an iron...
Well, I guess since we can't open that quite... Wait, we didn't look at this board, did we?
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins. You make out autumnal Welkins, casting wax-based magic, translucent Welkins. Who are all those creatures? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Tworg, the humans, and even headless men.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too. Some people really like building a world, I think. This looks like concept art for a project. Just look at those details.
And for what? The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels cozy in its own way. A pinned postcard reads, The Heat Death Scenario. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of the abyss. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, See the prod schedule filament for detail. The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans. Call in, tune out. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Not to my knowledge, but I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, through call-in stations. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but it's too late for that. Okay, let's skip.
Alright, well, it sounded like there was something in the ice cream maker or something. In the basement. Check this out, too, now I turned it off.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
Okay.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. It's all gone now. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar? The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough.
Ah.
A thick layer of coal dust.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. A lush layer of coal. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint. Yes, the lieutenant seems relieved as well. Bent metal, broken glass. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter. Kudos.
Got a new thought. What is this? Oh, we were nice to stuff out there. They didn't really give me an option to pat the furnace, though. Well, we didn't unleash any ghosts. Just found Radio D&D basement.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop. I suppose it's all over now. Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well. Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity? You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace.
Despite his call, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery too.
Ooh, do we have some more things we can say into the furnace now? Since we can't, I don't have any tools or anything to bust down that reinforced door.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. You've awakened the entity. You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
Nice. Let's see what's going on up here.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need.
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. Her bones light, but her hands strong.
Very good. My rate is 10 realpers. Take a look around and...
This person means you, or no one else. Absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dyes out of cobalt. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Yeah, they are nice people.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? I was just about to ask.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Is it now? Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific? Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse.
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias, and they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money.
What does she mean?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed subrouters.
Alright then.
This isn't our problem.
Live broadcast murder radio.
It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
But what drugs exactly?
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really?
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or the usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously. The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been
and so is producing something extraordinary.
Something strains her face.
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas. There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really didn't like Fritta does the same thing.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile
bear ice cream.
To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
What? Right. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. Oh, right. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion. It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago.
No, it was something else. It was eerie.
A prank is more likely, no? Ugh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No, right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad.
Agreed.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
You could say so.
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about.
She's not sorry to disappoint you.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Well, that was certainly an info dump.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her...
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
Too many inconsistencies. What kind of talk is that? Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse. I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, detective. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we...
Ah. Well, we at least finished it, even if we didn't quite tell her what she wanted to hear. Let's see. Wait. Whoa. Wait. What time is it that we have to be? After 21. Okay.
Does Kuno care?
You were too pushy last time. Think this through. Just look. While Kuno has no problem being near you, she always hides behind the fence. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you. She came up with also, all in all.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But
Fuck you! If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
this is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burn and shit. She does the real deal. Yeah. Yeah, let's. Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it. Kuno means she killed someone. That's right, C's a killer. Like, actually a killer. Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people, crazy people, the fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris.
Fuck no, she's not my sister. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
Cause she fucking looks like Kuno. No one knows her name. Kuno calls her C. How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno.
This is what it all comes down to.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up. You understand? Alright, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno!
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You
Why?
respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
Dryer's probably done. What you got there?
That Arizona tea.
Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you
Doing what?
hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big
Coco
stuff
and I
and
were
shit.
just like,
You can
you
even
know
fuck
what?
back in Kuno's kingdom.
It's Sunday.
Kuno saw you
It's
sniffing around that
nap
fucking
time.
place tonight. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Now we finally got through here. Oh hey, we finished that one.
And of course, Pumpkin is
Technically,
still
you
on
wouldn't
bed,
be a cop anymore,
exactly where you
but
left
a
him
hobo.
before.
That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar, the old l'Assommoir, to the pier or the sewers, to the Royam,
Yep.
where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
Nice.
Still being your best hobo cop?
You know it.
But have you been able to use the expression?
These guys still in here? Or did they leave? Let's see. Well, we can see if we get a roll again.
The insane police officer is back.
The small man minds blowing his brains out. There's laughter in the room. Try not to kill yourself this time. You have so many bad options ruled out, it's insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
No, not going to happen. You know what? You guys must be the cops.
He's had enough. He's really gonna push their buttons now.
Live in a bar, sit on their fat asses like they own the place, while the neighborhood goes to shit. Corpses hang from trees. Kids shoot up.
Hey, we don't have to fucking take this shit.
Glenn.
Everyone shut up! Fuck you, man. You didn't see the place before we got here. Fucking graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs?
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Just call it there.
What I said. Freight train.
Whew. Finally.
Officer, what was that? Yes. Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. This is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
All right. Coco. If you're gonna jump up there, jump up. Don't scratch.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
This is the police.
Come on up. But
Now we can go in here.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares.
Finally up on the roof. That's how we get up here.
Welcome to the roof.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness. When she thinks about the death of that man.
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
This does not come as good news to him.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Oh yeah. Feel the power.
You're doing just fine. After all, your path has led you back to me.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Oh, I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Clausier Amandou. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
The record. So official. Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Huh.
We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder.
What?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. I guess you can say that, yes, a bit. Lovers is such an emotional word.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn with longing.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes. I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Cool, we got that one done too. Nice.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called.
Tearing off his armor, demeaning him.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, me.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. Pretty much.
Warming them.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now.
I know it's difficult, miss.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms. She fishes a cigarette out of her pack.
I can see the similarity, yes.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
They're frequent guests. Downstairs? They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir?
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea. Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs. She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Interesting.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion? She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
No,
Why
we'll
not?
turn that later.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan. What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
Okay, yeah.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor. She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess let's see what we get out of the other boys. So snoozy Coco. Alright. Confrontation time part 2. Let's see what insane shit we try to pull this time.
Can I help you?
Here, let me take my... There we go. That's a little better.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with
his hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her.
Titus Hardy,
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody.
Nice.
Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fists down.
Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried.
Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. Show it to him, T.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
You don't care about evidence.
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about. You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works?
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday. Yeah, you do that.
All right. Where will we find a tape player? Let's see here.
You stare at the Great Door Gunner Mega Mix. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead speak.
Okay. Ah, the pawn shop. Okay. Except we're... Okay, I don't want to do that one. It's still a little while until we can go check on the smoker guy. Well, I guess let's check at the pawn shop and see. Oh. We found that ball in there. Hold on.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. Of course, officer. I mean...
I'm guessing I probably have to talk to him about the ball.
Vigilance officer? What can this old carabinier do? What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
Alright. Nice. Still haven't been able to ask Kim about that one. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's the wall. I thought it was something like behind it.
You're back. Good.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the water around you.
Sadly, I need this one myself. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. This reality. Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy.
Don't be phased, madame.
We may be here a while then.
All right, you're in. Begin with the first one. You'll appear worldly.
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. Revachol? The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflict. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Give me a moment.
Fancy shoes. What we got here? What? Okay. Not quite sure what that one meant.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. Whoever lives it, there aren't many communists.
There's something in there, but we can't go in there. Yep. Several things in there. I mean, we might as well just keep asking Joyce as many things as we can past the time.
You're back. Good. What can I help? Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness.
It's a pleasure craft, a 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's...
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but two Insulindic regattas. Even finished once. The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't. It is a little known fact among those rogue police that the Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. No need to resort to self-pity, detective.
You need to save face if you want her respect.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads...
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling. Yes. But please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
There we go.
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Shit, yeah, baby. It's the party pipeline. Why would you want to shut that down?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
Ah, that is an that is an interesting point.
She simply nods.
More lessons in basic reality? These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Born too late to revolution.
For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
She's not gloated.
Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Kras Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, detective. Or the remaining gentry. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. They didn't win so much as survive. To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The coalition of nations. Grad, Vesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad. Though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Indeed, Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie?
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That a city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-Islary communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath, 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes.
Nice.
Days slipping away.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just, we could have had so much more. Every one of us. only we'd played it right. Good question. What would you have done differently?
A cold creeps up your spine.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
The wind stops, and for a moment,
There is peace in the heart.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
there is curiosity there that goes unnoticed.
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old.
Understandable. They are what they are, anyway. Enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective.
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly. What this boils down to is this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint, grab a bottle.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie out in the open somewhere.
She stares at you, head tilted to the side, with a slightly concerned look on her.
Glad to have been of assistance. The lorries are still stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it. Yes? Excellent. It may... In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Alright. Let's see what the drivers around have to say. Something back there. Ah.
You see a Samaran street vendor. The name, Sileng, is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. The customers are cool. The place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yes! You got style. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
Only the coolest goods in Rebashol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board. No need for discounts and ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off. Anything for you. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. Very cool. I like your style, officer.
This guy. Well, the only like drivers are this guy and the racist dude.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest. The road continues for miles, flowing together with other roads, turning into causeways or bridges, ending suddenly in dead ends, or ramping up or down highways. It forms a crisscross pattern across the land, above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, to the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revachol, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance, past Montmartin. You cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. A gale blows across your cheeks. It is cold. Before you stands a tall lorry driver with sad eyes.
Excuse me? Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside. But, thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone. And I know it wasn't easy to ask. I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Alright. Well, I don't think it's that guy. Oh, a little shortcut over here, I guess.
The woman's still.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the Black Sun had just come out. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Methk, it was a golden age. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines. Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
She's just a distracted old woman.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. Lomonosov's Land, Utachnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. You're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. A size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. Yes, go. Enough jamboree.
Okay. It's gonna be the racist guy, isn't it?
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently...
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on...
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you now?
Okay. No. Okay. There we go.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
No. You need tear to use.
Oh, I thought I picked them up.
Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Been admiring the stompers, Runt? For sure.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads. The wind howls over the Bay of Revachol, a cascade of cold air flowing through the city streets. Those same streets have left their share of scuff marks on the underside of your green snakeskin shoes.
It sure is. Custom made. Cost me a pretty penny. You'll see when the time comes, officer. True patriots carry Revachol in their very souls.
Technically, you're stomping on Ravachol every step you take.
Huh. I know you people don't understand poetry. Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He drinks a cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Mirizza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves.
There's your in. Take his side in this particular fight.
Not in, not out.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right?
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Ah, dang, wasn't him.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole. With ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The risk.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her.
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective.
Well, I mean, I guess if it was her, at least supposedly she doesn't really know what's in her lorry.
The woman is still hunched over the railing, her head swaying to the music.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? What do I need drugs for, woman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary.
What?
There's no coming back from that hole. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
Then what were you getting at?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
You're man, low man. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Graz. In the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Graz? Lowman? No. Lowman. Diamonds. Easy. Is the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will.
I think we're done here, no?
You just call me a lady.
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either, Harife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me. Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just. In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people where they want to stay.
You feel very cold suddenly, as if standing face to face with a terrifying adversary. Then the feeling dissipates, and all you see is an aging woman.
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with the other communers sniffing because they can no longer recognize the person I once was? Oh, Sim. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
I was hoping that was going to be the song we had to go karaoke to.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping she'd catch a break. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some mastermind evildoer. And I don't know where she is. A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person, I know that much.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that.
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
Oof.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind, the way it worked, the trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her.
He's right. There are other options. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son. It's right here. The answer is right here. You just need to ask him. Come on. Do it.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Hmm. Okay.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives... I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Men like this only respect two things. Strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume.
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves face.
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone.
A small temple by the monument.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Hey, we finally got something.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins.
This must be the one he told us about. Unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private. The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar. The window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere.
Subtle.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But the actresses and the rare actor, all smile you a warm goodbye. A rate looks like the frequency dial is absent.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer some extra grip to the driver's foot. Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Now we know for certain who is the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smiling. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest, you close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection we've been searching for.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition. As elegant as they are...
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. Debrief over.
Plot, 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 plot.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her? Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. Oh, you know, Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft. Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
Yeah, you too.
Alright, almost to time. I think we'll... well, talk to these guys first before we go.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside. Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know there's something out there behind the glass. Nothing, as before.
What's this weirdo cop doing now?
I think he's trying to find dirt on us in our box.
Wow, no. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around in dirt.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
I don't think I want to introduce that like that. I'll use that some other time.
You're back. Good. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement. The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with
dang.
possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, This is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Débardeurs have over 2,000 men.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons. As I said, a bloodbath. It doesn't have to be like this. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court. A good one, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Crenel. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive, Yes.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice.
Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body.
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe,
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more.
It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, of course.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigger not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
I would say he's near the Arcade Islands by now, ready to exit the Insel Indian and into the Pale, if I've read his home address correctly. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this, Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning. His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend, and comrade.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but...
We will be careful.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, a cool, trash superstar. Big dick cop down on his luck. Salam Rocky by here. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights. Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection. Atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it.
All sorts of stuff. Alright. Now we got a bunch of skill points. Okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we still got about 40 minutes until the one guy.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head.
No, it's your soul. No, your resilience.
I'm not sure I understand. If you say so, sir. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
You fail to deduce. She waits intently.
It's okay, sir.
We'll have to try that one later. We were even on that, so decent chances at actually getting it.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand? Fucking bug. How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. The man's breathing steadies, but...
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Silence. He takes the photo. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want it? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital. 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
Oof, what a creep. Jeez.
She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make chief there. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body.
Okay,
I'm
wow,
fucking
extra creep. What the fuck?
Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer. You bet it was. It's just... nature. This guy, he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place. Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Go ahead.
All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Jamais vu. Derealization.
Nice.
Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this.
Well then, that was certainly a conversation. Is there anybody we can, like, see up on the edges of this area? No, not really.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you now?
No, nothing new. Okay. Figured I'd check. Well, it's nice to get like pretty much free XP for wandering around getting those little thought bubbles to pop up.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
Okay, gotta wait longer before I can try to deduce something again.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists, yet something's still missing. You have finished mulling over the jamais vu thought, but your conceptualization skills are not nuanced enough to make sense of it.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Yeah.
Little that I know.
Okay.
Right. What about him?
She gives you a short nod before...
Nothing new there.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we plagued Betonk on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own downfall. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountain, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Or even if that damn clan Frisell had risen from the grave and let...
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, beautiful in the world. was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frisell. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay. A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frisell. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already?
Soon, they will forget everything.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Belle McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Bridge loading. Revachol made. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted. 2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below.
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies. Son, we should never forget our past. Lots of mistakes were made back then, but there were also lessons. Forgetting those times means the mistakes were for nothing.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off the memory lane.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle, for looking my mortality in the eye, when men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisell thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing the tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file. Like toy soldiers, the rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder.
It's painful to even think about. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield.
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux,
when I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Drisson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Fricel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men too.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
Alright, well, it finally hit 21, so we can do this thing we've been waiting all day for. Ooh. Stretch it. Oh, hey, there he is. Nice.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
It feels like a Friday, and his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. It does feel like the end of the week. It's so magical. The white falling against the black. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night.
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just take care, all right?
Different, of course. You like talking to him. It made you feel special. Come on, detective, let's go.
Alright, who's this gonna be?
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
Of course. Let me just say it has been an emotional week for me.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter. La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the Moral Inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the Moral Intern's commitment to transparency. It's the international organization for moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition. But of course, because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me? I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
My friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work. Oh yes, the big bad coalition crushed the revolution. Are we really so bad for wanting compromise, peace and prosperity? On reasonable, achievable terms? Ask yourself that. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings, because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area. Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level. A supranational political alliance. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if... But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows?
All of the arts.
The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. I'm all ears, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
What do you mean? Like...
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very... Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities. I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human. I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. All men, I presume.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Alrighty then. What was the one I was thinking of? Oh yeah. And we had to get everything else out of there. Well, I guess I did pick up those 2 pieces of clothing. Let's see what the stats on those are. Oop. Oh my. That is certainly something. Jeez. Alright. Let's see, where are we? Well, I guess let's head back out of here. Okay, so I think we'll go... I guess we'll see if we can talk to Klazja.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? A witness? You ain't got shit.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella? Yeah, right.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets.
Some witness.
You don't have to go to school for shit.
You're doing a hell of a job, man.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses.
Like hell you have.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you.
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically,
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. Boo fucking who?
yeah. That's what the labor movement is all about.
Theoretically, of course.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is fuck off.
Finally, you got something out of him.
And here we go.
I know! Fatty walked on all fours. Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here.
Yeah, a well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh?
These people are trained military professionals.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. Big fucking surprise. What do you mean, okay? No, they won't.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day.
Still can't karaoke. Well, let's see if Klaus is up here. If not, then I guess we'll probably go to sleep for the night. Let's see here. Yep, she is. Hello.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. It sounds like the boys would have preferred my saying it did happen.
She is not at all worried the tape will contradict her statement.
What does that recording say?
We are in the process of listening to it.
She nods, exhaling a dense cloud of...
Not my favorite topic, but okay. I'm 89% sure. Cool.
She sincerely thinks it's very cool of you.
How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now? Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Yeah, I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door. For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there. Cool. I think I'm developing a pinch of that too. It hasn't done wonders to my taste in interior decoration. Okay. Yes, you're just one room away. Very.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Alright.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets.
Well, I'll try it. Ah. Ow.
You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises style.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
Your foot is ready to explode and punish this object.
What the heck?
The door receives a thorough disciplining. Its pain and groveling is much to your liking.
Suck on that door.
Okay, that seems to be all that we can really do in here for the moment. Well, guess we can probably brief with Kim for the day and probably call that good for day 2. Found out a lot of stuff today.
Yes?
Oh wait, down.
The compact tape player is still and silent. The broken tape player doesn't have the ability to respond.
That's all we can do.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Oh, you can try to fix the faucet. Wait, how would using chain cutters fix the faucet? That seems like a bad plan.
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken because nothing happens. The lights are on. The switch must be broken. The bed is still cold from the broken window and not too inviting, but it's yours. You've earned it.
All right.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No. You have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
Alrighty then.
And there's a lot of it. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
I'm an artist and Luther damages my art.
Oh, yes. That'll check you out. Give you some pills.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
Oh, baby boy. You're already in the other place.
Maybe if you know, like, took a lot of drugs before you go to sleep. Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness?
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it?
We certainly have interesting nights. All right. I think it seems like getting through like a whole day seems to take like several hours to get through. So we're probably going to call that good for today, huh? Let's see, who can we raid? There we go, we'll raid Frida. Ooh, I need to get up out of this chair. Ooh. And we will continue with this some other time. Bye.
Google, and thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Doing good, doing good. Got a new computer. Rick set up the other day, so that's been nice. Awesome. And what do you, what have you streamed? So long to render an 8-minute song. Disco Elysium recently. I don't know that game. What kind of genre is it?